Hello friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome to my playthrough for patch 7.3 MSQ, The Promise of Tomorrow. Been a long time since I last did one of these. It's honestly not very clear to me where we left off other than remembering a certain mad scientist kind of really wanted us out of the picture. So, without further ado, let's get on with the show. You head into the back room? Oh, yes, I am. I couldn't fight them. I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen, so what good am I? I needed to find a way to be more useful. Raha and Alfino patrolled the city, while Ilashtola and Alice continue treating Levin sickness and dosing during the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest. I believe there was dialogue from the last time. I will dedicate myself first to healing magic so I may help treat people's wounds. It will be a time-consuming process to reacquire my abilities, but a necessary one that I dare not rush, even though there is no telling when Calix will make his next move. Blossom is helping us coordinate efforts with the administration here in Alexandria. We have to work hand in hand to ensure that the people can get back to their normal lives. I worry about Guluja though. I know he's still frustrated that he couldn't do anything to stop the machines. Only there was a way to take his mind off things. Bill wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Talke, Yod wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new instances then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Alex lived in the age of the storm surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough: current treatments for Latin sickness, finding ever keeps core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless a thousandfold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Airkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Gluja and Shell are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Looks like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolol. Alfino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Talca's group, if you have me. The more mouths who ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Jode. Don't do anything stupid. We'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. The city looks as though it's regained a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people will not soon forget recent events. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of deaths. And so they were for the longest time. And the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. One who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices to this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle the responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I woke for centuries later to find there people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. We're adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into two groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The two of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Falky and I will take the east. Very well. I'll end our patrol in the plaza I just passed through view and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we'll meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. Who's closer? Are the sentries and air-wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a new regulator. Being endless is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, so I guarantee she's forgotten me completely. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. You must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines were crazy. Air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. The fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but members at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Okay, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in the stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights are likely to break out over the new regulators? The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? Is it gonna be this one? That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we were acutely aware of it already. That a victim wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether they were not equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Okay, I'm legit kind of curious as to how this is a consequence. Because yes, it is kind of uncommon for people not to be wearing a regulator in Alexandria, but I mean, Oblivion doesn't do it. I'm sure, and I'm pretty sure I've done yellow quests where other people don't do it. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces through the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the location zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Okay, that is interesting. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the disease. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Okay, I think it's time we rejoin Krylon's Fiend. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. To share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. I'll say to meet them in the plaza just outside review. Let's get going. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't regulars? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how it'll stack against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of an ear regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who were no regulator at all have clearly rejected the system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. It is that such regular people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. There was no need to kill anyone! The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all of this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps he's someone of terrorists in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at several sites? Right, the sanitation workers' story. There are no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Where have I heard that before? You recall when we went to save Varenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher, Malachite. He told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found nobody. My pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Okay, we need your help. I've lost control over the stores in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go!
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
You should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived with it. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company, and I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. I have to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? Stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Oyakwa is fearful for her comrade. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? He's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you're still in rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful of yourself. Is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I just finished my administrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. A brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. Sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. It over? We came as soon as Wyaku sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have these radios locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn our regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Or thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wyaku has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. No sign of Geode. Perhaps we should search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. Wyaku's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join... Dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. Shit.
Can't be here! You need to run, now!
A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to Ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my heart?
You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Pile of dust. Ashes. The soul he left behind. That his twisted way to returning Giotto to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you, your careless cruelty. He was her friend. Even so, one might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 others could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I? Certainly not I. We know only too well there is naught noble in the sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Taki. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections everywhere. So gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. She should return to the back room. Shayla and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwa to meet us there as well.
dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calix, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calix for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calix is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to nostalgia and me. I all knew him longer though, and it's surely taking it the hardest. That's on top of what happened to Kasiwa. Think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's likely to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies. My mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calix, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Siwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to the earth and sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to bowl over to if you've shoulders to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkey for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. I've had the communication models removed, so even Calix shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Get the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. These air-wheelers are General's babies. You won't find a smoother ride. For years now, I've been taking one out for a tour whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Shield would come along, and we'd end up racing. Doesn't that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We do often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers inside the dome. Almost there. Be sure to ground is clear before you touch down. Phew. That helped clear my head a touch. You know, Tolka, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. Numbers from my regulatory days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clearer past today. Nope, it was not clear. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Geode's memory.
Oh!
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment? They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then, and had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then his odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. Always spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, and you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Gale seals her heart for the work ahead. It's time we went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryle for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. Well, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Talke? Talke? Is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I'm making the rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel like something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. I can't wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. Since your plans have been decided for you, go on. I have the others to speak to before I return to the back room. Talke, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. We'll just speak to them and see what you think. Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Creepy music. Huh. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those new regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. Upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shut up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone registered. Pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Please tell me you brought more new regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some. Or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think of. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come back to check on our well-being, have you? Oh, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified and the clamor for new regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate enough to have played a new device early on and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. Yeah, that is absolutely not normal. So what do you think? Is it right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Halke, can you come to resolution? I have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alphenod. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go!
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Alex has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears for even a little bit, I beg you, Woklamat, please let them shelter into Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the grounds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandria with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that great haven of peace and leisure? Wuklamat, I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied in a fortune. I will protect Alexandria. That was a promise I made her at last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Finn. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. I don't think this is my conversation to participate in. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Sheila needs a hand? There you are! Veluja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alicia and the others said you were here. Good news, Tolkien. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we'll go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We'll need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate such lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head on up? Next up, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860. the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Your treasure, Shale?
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that may be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll be a card of some kind. Can't you work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well formed for my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of this place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I wouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards among them. Terminal screen displays what appears to be the index page of an employee manual. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind and conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within their designated workrooms, the Researcher Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Dawntrail Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the high confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. Police Director, Demetrius, Protocol of Chief, Eosfor, Dawntrail Lab Chief, redacted. Few undecipherable notes remain pinned to this notice board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Nothing in there then. I'm not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in the day and age. Huh. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of similar size to the scanner panel. Hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Tolke. And a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. And let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but... probably not gonna be good enough. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chase me, we'll have to come through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble across the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto Lab. The door is already open at least. We'll find a way together, Shale, I'm sure of it. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 188 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target values set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Have the number? Appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The Organization wasn't familiar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a good feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calic's philosophy is a refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with the director Demetrius today. I heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems to be a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calic's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's fiends insist on containing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Will I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dawntrail lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calix are close and I'm itching to get my hands on them. This note seemed to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 1448. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11,509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9,834. Risk value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. The way this room is set up. Canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Claudia mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? Up to 5 digits and press the confirm key, okay. The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. God damn it, not the one we needed. Okay, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it still should open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Taki. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Living nodes, losing their cards. I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of the preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admire Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search, but are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you'd like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Yes, it opened. So where should we go first? The Dawntrail lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which would mean there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? Engaging power supply. No good, this is returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shell? That's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one using Heritage found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the Dawntrail lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe we have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. I wouldn't give her an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do that. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path at Talke? The rest of us can help by supplying Talke with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Able to glimpse parts of a warning sign behind the containers. From what I could make out, it said caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. I suppose that means only one of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time? Take a look at this diagram. Oh. There's a note in the bottom left about backup power. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. Symbols must represent the room we're in. If that square is the top left is Shell's terminal, the bottom right should be the generator that Guluja is working on. Hard to make out the rest. Assuming these are our 4 tile patterns, the bottom right is a square and the top right is half a circle? That's something to get you started at least. The generator doesn't seem to need any fancy settings. As long as it's running and the circuit is fixed, we should have a power supply ready to go. Access the control panels and configure the circuitry. Oh wait, I can just decide to change it. There we go. Doesn't seem to be right. Is there any way to flip them? This should be circle. That seems uninterrupted to me. I really think that's uninterrupted. What am I missing here? Oh wait, I see it now. You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of a successful reconfiguration. It worked! We did it, okay. The Dawntrail lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. Hi, Michelle. Can we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation: The Early Days is a title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandria Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix as the Science for New Defensive Solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. This account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I only met him once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what the person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, and is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from his fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I'd done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything I once over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that sure that the wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Right, I'll get this door open. smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. That's above, isn't that? The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Tauke has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Milala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So, what might that tell us? This is just the device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with Electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx untracked the key because his vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. In our next visit, I will have to enlist Yashla's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards that left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good for us. Known storage crates filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Dirty looking shelving odds a storage crate and sealed bars. No sign of any security cards. We find the security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find the security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shayla examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Falke. Oh, a level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So, what was it that you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. Monitor what you, as a keyholder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Tolga's strength. But can he possibly dream up that stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different. In too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
He only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. When the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, Yeko. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words gave me great comfort. Oh, Krile. Worry not, Sphene. Next to the heaven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? Still behind the key serves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. My early investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it up open, shall we? There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find the data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Okay, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. What's that of room in the right room? What am I missing? Sorry, Toki, can I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Your room lift access. Press passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Tutorial Lab, and the Director's office. There we go. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen if it will be able to do so once more. Among other personal effects, you find what's presumably the director's data tablet. Closed locker stand next to the table. You begin skimming through the contents. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for either reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Mila researchers. Major X incident. Details in full report. Those two inept Milala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversations will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Yikes, the level of infatuation that guy had with Calyx. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Please no closet. No, a precautionary tale, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By Electro, you mean? Oh, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kafki was used to say, Ashiel? Never trust an Electro surface. Electro isn't always what it seems to be. Of course, Electro is how you alter the look of all solution lines for walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I managed to deactivate the protection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that no lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. Two people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Pro Lab. Then I take the True Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Finn. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the True Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Okay, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. Stand by to guide Wuk Lamat and Kyle to the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, the one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have another purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. I totally forgot to open the locker. Yeah. You quietly shut the locker door, yes. Creepy. That's missing a jewel. The jewels are embedded in this electroplate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints at the passwords. Let's see if I move this bit and connect the circuit to that one. There. Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it may be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Could this represent the floor plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize that the shapes correspond to the rooms in the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. Sapphire is the prolab. Alexandrite is the director's office. Garnet is the tutorial lab. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel will come in handy. Let me see. Hit the stones? This might be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Flynn, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? Sapphire and garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they are accepted. I certainly hope you're right. Okay, so let me go over this again. Okay. Notes have been taken. All set to go here. Wukalamet and Kral are just waiting at the passwords. Let's start with Wukalamet in the Pro Lab. But where should she enter? And the password for Kral in the Dawntrail Lab? And lastly, what will we input for the director's office? Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. Yes. I'm so glad that worked. The security room is the only place that we're yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wukalamet and Kral rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only 2 methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world form of data?
Yes, we suspect
Yes.
they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shell was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight into the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close to snatching away. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching my moment to triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Finn is resolved to take part in the coming battle. Okay, we briefed Terranville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our interactions would be. Alex has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding first into an ambush, we have little choice. We are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, and that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Oris and Selenia, and for others Finn that I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as it is ours. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. Still adamant were Alicia and the others on this point that they have already left for the living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for sign of trouble, especially from anyone wearing new regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Talkie. Kyle and I think that we should talk to Gotham before we leave for the living memory. Under Calex's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gotham will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, living without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you again when it's over. There they are.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Huh.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gossen. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexander's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that new regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of new regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Hello, remember me? The hunter from the Thunderyards? It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the Dome. Been talking with Litlander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. Oh, wait, boy. Tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we last were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrode. all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept, for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield nor leave him to despair. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For centuries I had slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I recognized a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet, beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Selenia and the Royal Knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart. It's courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Kind and gentle Quisfin was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude. Surely Otis and Selenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits a device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. Queen entrusted it to Talke for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much reserve potential. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparation. Come, friends, we set forth into the mist of the dreaming endless. Alright, here we go. Let's do small talk first. The Alexandria today has seen countless lives come and go. Mother herself took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service to our kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that sadness awaits them. Tomorrow can be better than today. Zoemancer. Yeah, this is a party. Alright, are we ready? Because we're gonna big pull while completely blind.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down. The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Sensors. Oh, Jesus Christ.
No holding back.
Oh. Okay. I think I get it?
overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
What a weird fucking boss.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Okay, that's interesting. Ravenous, bloody flame, and pestilent.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Ow. That's a bit spooky. I'm gonna lie. Will I die if I... No, I can help. What the fuck are you doing?
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on. Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones. Rise and meet the foe before you.
All the games I was expecting to see the Elden Beast in, this wasn't it. Although I feel like those are going to come into some level of action.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Oh shit.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death
Okay,
is
echo chamber
everywhere,
that one.
pillaging the promise of the future.
Ow.
Take this!
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I mean to win. The key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
Wait, can I use some pieces for this? I may. Yeah, I would much rather do this with NPCs. Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. It's me, I'm the bonus. Okay.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Oh, hit this guy, it's kinda hard.
Drag them to their graves.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
Try this!
Okay, I see it now.
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear.
No,
eroding
not the
your
Grand
strength.
Cross.
I will reduce you to ether.
Something special for you.
Take this!
You will die for me now.
I will not hold back!
Allow me.
Try this! This should do it!
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you. Still alive, but there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Oh, what the fuck?
I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight if you must.
Are you all right?
There.
I kind of wait on the extreme capsules are going to be the end for me.
You struggle in vain.
Ouch.
Gloves are off.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Yeah, something definitely doesn't feel right. Something very weird about this.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you!
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her. memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together!
The others.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliyorol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
Thank you, Lamity.
He has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamachi is fine. I've been in touch with Baokana, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself apparently. Given the extent of his injuries and exertions, he'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Lamat. Just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. Once you had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked down away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of the Exandrians once again. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Ascians are ne'er far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Volcana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandra's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. This has been kind of a doozy. Okay, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Finn. Ernville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as with fear, those who adopted the new regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Kryl, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment's efforts forward. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look on the people you fought so hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Finn wishes to check on the state of the outskirts. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion, only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahausa? She works at the fields at Yupes Hollow, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you all before our clash with Calyx, she will be surely glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and hearty. I'm sorry we didn't get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The new regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time though. Ipone was one of them. Told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You need not worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an impostor. Why kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly? And we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. And while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. From me, for everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pipone and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the proxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating living sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Gussin to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, would seem. By the way, talking, Alfino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolal. Alfino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Guluja? According to Shell, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last you heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Towns with Erenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Guluja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria.
And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often grow the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
when I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we'll pass a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping to say hello. Okay. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. I'll come back. I have so much to thank you for. Jill is visibly relieved at your safe return. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Ah, the preservation facility. The lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections. He failed to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shell's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take me some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Heck yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Ah, what an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the meso-terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Huh?
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
You protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Tolkien. Willamette is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliyola will be there to support you. Speak of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one, no sneaking out under Koana's nose like this time. The those who resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Willamette back to Tuliyola. But what are your plans, Tolkien? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Ron has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyola a while. We believe in you, Guluja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Momachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Guluja? Is that not allowed? I will permit you training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire or grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love light lives on in his fame. Truly is. With that love as a foundation for her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There is no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. nor fulfill my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you, Tolkien, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyollal. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyollal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Tolkien. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do best I can. You've really come far, Guluja, and you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. I'll miss you. Send our best to Sphine and the others. Okay, you're here. We're just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the ninth will be a cause of some consternation. It made smooth introductions for the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Finn, Ethereal's leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alfino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I have other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed a desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they will embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host the service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Is there a feeding to Alexandria? Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers may be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexanders are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it is a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient's guidance. And so, here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no short of the mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics. Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.